Good evening, everybody. A little bit early tonight. Welcome, everybody. As I've been hinting at, for most of this week, we're going to be doing some coding tonight instead of the usual gaming. But good news is, it's Friday. We've made it, friends. We've all made it to Friday. And some of you have made it already to Saturday. Awesome. Oh, but friendos. So we're going to do something a little bit different. Let's go. I'm on my liked station here, so let me see. Let's get a pop on another station. How about Chiptune? How's that? Maybe. We'll stick with that for a little bit. Anyway, friends. What are we up to? So what do I mean when I say small feature Friday? That's what I'm starting out here. Essentially, I've been focusing a lot on just one big feature. Trying to get it out, trying to get it out into the hands of everybody, get it published to the live site. And there's still quite a few weeks left of development of that. It's a big one. It's a very big big feature. And one of the things that I've sort of groaned about a little bit is that there's not a whole lot of velocity on as far as like the Glimesh development is concerned. Like, we get little bursts of activity, but then there's a lot of like long pauses. And it's inevitable for that to happen because there's not that many developers participating in it, and life happens, and it's just, we're all volunteers, we're all doing the best we can do. I have no qualms about that. The problem is that for everyone who is streaming on the site, everyone who's viewing the site, who maybe isn't familiar with the development process and what's going on and all that stuff, it can look like we're stagnant. It could look like there's nothing really of note happening on the site. And what I was thinking too, and taking that notion and then also putting that and also bringing in some more psychology to it. One of the things that we tend to do as developers is we have this concept that when you're on a long, very arduous project that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to do, you start to get really, I don't want to say burned out. It's not necessarily you're burned out, but you start to get really sick of it, kind of. Even that's not really a good adjective. You just sort of, it becomes very there's like a stress associated with it that's not necessarily harmful stress, but it's more like, I just want to be done with this kind of stress. Like I just want to see this thing that I've been putting all my effort and sweat into just be done, because I need to talk about something else. I need the conversation to change a little bit as I hurt myself here somehow sitting down. So it's just one of those things. We tend to have what we call like quick wins, which is essentially small projects that maybe don't take a whole lot of time. Well, usually don't take a whole lot of time. They certainly don't take as much time as a large project does. That you can kind of just sort of, they're pretty straightforward. They tend to be straightforward, and you can kind of knock them out and just kind of feel good that you got something accomplished, you got something done. It kind of gives you that little bit of a morale boost, right? And it also sort of it has the knock-on effect of like slowly improving the quality of life of everybody else who's using the app, or in this case using the site. So it can have a negative effect too, because people can look at it and go like, oh, why did you do that? Why was that on the list? Why? There's so many other things to be working on. But in reality, once you teach people like, hey, this was just kind of a side thing. It was just something to kind of it was something that could be done really quickly. It was something that we could kind of just get out there, get some feedback on, and just kind of keep the pace up. I think most people then sort of understand that, oh, okay, it wasn't really a priority. It was just something that was just trying to like, keep the ball rolling, keep the wheels turning, that kind of thing. So that's sort of what I want to do on Fridays here, because I have like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours before of usable consciousness before I have to hit the bed. I have to go to bed. So I figured this would be a good time to just kind of like pick off some smaller things that'll only take maybe a few weeks as opposed to a few months. The co-streaming thing I've been doing since May, and it's probably not going to be done until January likely. So it's a big one. It's a very big project. There's a lot of moving parts to it, and I've been well delved into it for a while, and that's going to continue. I'm going to continue to do that on Saturdays and Sundays. But at least on Fridays, I wanted to kind of have a little bit, I guess, a little bit more of a casual kind of thing. So, gonna be working on just like small features that I just, whatever happens to, either it's something that I found on Building Glimish site, or it's something that's been suggested to me, or it's something that I just feel like doing. So it could be a feature, it could be a bug fix, it could be just a toy that I want to play with. Like, I know Twitch just rolled out like the, I think they're calling it Superstar or whatever. And it looks like it's interesting how they've put it together. And I've thought about sort of replicating some of that. And by replicating, I mean writing it from scratch, but, you know, the way that I think they probably have written. Because it looks to me like, just from reading their FAQ on it and all that stuff, it looks to me like it's really, you're just linking your OBS, you know, browser source to something, and they're just using the browser to grab people's webcams and mics and publishing it to a URL that you're then ingesting into OBS directly, which is something, I mean, not, you know, astounding technology. It's all off the shelf stuff pretty much. But it's something that we could replicate, and actually we could probably replicate it probably easier than the Twitch engineers could, because we are already running a WebRTC backend. Even though we ingest RTMP and we ingest FTL, it all gets translated to WebRTC and sent over that to the browsers. So pulling in just a straight WebRTC stream from a browser directly into the back end probably wouldn't even require any modifications to the back end. Theoretically. Having said that, I haven't worked with the Janus server that we're using, so I'd have to like do some research into that and stuff. But that's kind of one of those things that it was on my list of, like, I could play around with some things and just kind of, you know, I could use these Friday nights also to kind of play with these little sort of toy little things to try to figure out how certain things are working and how they might work in the future if we do an actual feature for it, that kind of thing. So a lot of that stuff. And, you know, I'm always open to suggestions from the community, questions, feedback, anything like that. You know, anything you think. Now, I know from the perspective of someone that doesn't do coding, you might not, you know, you're probably saying, well, I don't know if this feature that I'm thinking about is big, medium, small. I have no idea. And that's fine. You don't have to have an idea. Just talking about it's enough that I can, if you can explain what it is you're trying to do, then leave it to me to figure out if it's big or small or what have you, right? Because that's kind of my that's kind of my job, right? So by all means, feel free to, like, you know, chime in, and if you want to, you don't have to. You can lurk. I don't care. But, you know, this kind of thing is what I like to do on Fridays, and of course, even on my longer streams on Saturdays and Sundays, where I will be doing the co-streaming stuff, back to doing the co-streaming stuff. Even then, all that is always welcome, as always. So, what am I going to do tonight? So there is a couple things that I have classified as being relatively small. And if I look at the Building Glimish here, I would say probably the volume slider in the Glimish app is something that I could probably fix if I had the app development kit on my computer right now, which I don't. So unfortunately, I'll have to wait for a little bit. I do want to dig into the Glimish app at some point, because I've always wanted to do Android development and stuff. But I have to learn Flutter, which is what they're using, and things like that, Kotlin and stuff. So fixing the volume slider would be probably a good way to at least get my feet wet in that. But I'm going to do that tonight because I don't have the tools set up for it yet. So a viewer count toggle, I think, is something we can tackle at some point. I have that on my list in my mind of like relatively small things that we can probably tackle. Panel linked user lookup is also seems pretty straightforward, so that would be something. Notification when eligible to feature on the homepage, that might be fairly straightforward as well, as a small win, small feature. Let's see what else on here. And then some chat stuff I can peel off. Like I've done some chat rejiggering on a local branch where I've added like you can change the size of the chat, you can change the font of the chat, those kinds of things. I don't have all of that ready to go because a lot of that is fighting with the menu. The freaking settings menu in the chat is just an absolute friggin' nightmare. But you wouldn't think it'd be a nightmare, but it is a friggin' nightmare. This little tiny thing over here doesn't look like much, but it's a pain in the freaking butt. But I do have some changes to the chat that I could peel off of that are relatively small, like fixing. Oops, sorry, I hit the mic. Fixing Zalgo text, for instance, is easy. Making the chat bubbles expand to 95% of the window instead of being maxing out at 500 pixels. So if you have a wider screen, if you're ultra wide or something like that, see more of the chat without it scrolling as fast. That kind of thing. A lot of that stuff is pretty straightforward. I would even go so far as to say like some of the homepage stuff that's been proposed. This is not really good view because there's no live stream on it. This is what the homepage looks like if no one's live. If I go to the actual live site homepage, you can see that you've got a random stream that's highlighted out of the 6 streams down here. So you see over here, these are all in random order. These are randomly selected streams. If I refresh the page, well, this one happened to come back up again, but wow, actually, usually when I refresh the page, it will reverse the order. Yeah, here we go. Here's like that's now highlighted, and so the order is kind of random and stuff too. But there's been like a proposal to kind of bring these categories sort of up to the top a little bit and put like, counts on them so you can say that, oh, there's, how many live streams are live right now in this category versus that category versus that category. So stuff like that, I think, just like kind of the moving of things around on the homepage and even just the count is a fairly simple thing. That I could probably peel off at some point too. It's not gonna look as good as the images that were put in Discord. We had a UI UX person who posted some images, took the homepage and kind of remade it in the Discord, and they did a really good job of it. I'm not so good at that, but I can at least get the categories having counts and kind of I can move things around a little bit. I can at least do that much, but the rest of it not so much. So we'll see on that one. But anyway, that's kind of where we're at there. What I want to do though today I have another instance of my local up here that I'm going to be switching between. What I'd like to do today is I had gotten a suggestion that's not on Building Glimish, but it's one that's been on my list, just my own mental list for a while, and that is to create an editor role for the site. And the editor role, at least for the first iteration of it, would just be literally just having access to can I pull it up here, to this button here on the stream page, right? And that's it. They would just have access to this. They would already have to be a moderator. So basically, it's you go onto your moderator page in the settings, and in here where we have a list of your moderators, like I already have a moderator here, right? And what they can do, just add another column here. It's like editor role, or even have like a selector there that says like editor role, make editor, whatever, or button. And then they would be able to, like 87 is a moderator right now. Is that how I'm 88 over here? But if 88 goes to say in this, right? So you look like a regular viewer, right? You don't have this button. But what I'm going to do is I'll make 88 a moderator on my local instance here, and then also then make them an editor and have them be able to just edit the title and the tag, and that's it. A pretty straightforward thing. I'm not predicting that it will break a whole lot of stuff. Fingers crossed. It's fairly isolated, and it's just like a quality of life thing. It's not anything that needs to be done right now, but it's just like, as I said earlier, just a quick win. It's something that I can just do, and I can say, I can kind of breathe and be like, oh, I got something done for change. Yeah, I got something done for a change. It just kind of gives you that sort of motivation, that morale boosts, and all that stuff. So that is what I am thinking of doing right now. So let's pop in to the details of that. So first of all, I need to let me add 88 as a moderator. We'll say you have all this. So, and then there's a user moderation log, so I have to add it to the moderation log as well, but I think that'll be fairly straightforward because I'm not actually changing any visual stuff on this page. I'm just changing the back end. Back to moderator list. Then you have your channel moderation log down there. Then basically, there'd just be another column here, right? It's just like editor. And I wonder, what does they show? Oh, it just brings you back here to edit. That's weird. I don't think I would have called it show. I would have called it edit, but fine. Oh, I guess, well, technically you are showing their moderation log too. Okay, that's fair enough. But anyway, all I really need to do is add another check mark there. It's like editor role. So this should be fairly straightforward from that perspective. There'll be there'll be probably a new database column. Isn't a big deal. And what I need to do is figure out what permission this uses. So if I go if I refresh this page, right, they don't have the edit button. What I gotta do is figure out what the edit button, because right now the edit button only works for the owner of the channel. But I have to see what we call it there. Is it like the update channel? Like, what is the permission called? The individual permission called? Because I'm gonna have to give it its own permission so that we can then say, oh, this permission only affects this particular button. So, if it doesn't already have its own, and that's what I gotta figure out. So I'm looking at the actual HTML for the stream page, and because I forget what let's say it's title something or other. Yeah, channel title. Live render channel title. Okay. So assign editing. Okay. It's got its own variable, which makes sense. Channel lookups get channel. Oh, actually, editing false is whether or not the modal is actually open, not whether or not you have editing permission. Got it. Because when you first come on the stream page, the modal's not open. The editing is false. That's what they're saying here. But then when you click the button, it probably sets editing to true. So the button, I'm assuming, let's see. Okay, here we go. Toggle edit. And it's setting up all the data for the modal. And then it's changing false to true. Basically doing a not, which is toggling it from true to false, depending on whether or not you're opening or closing the modal window. Very good. But, and that largely does not change. What we have to figure out is what. There's going to be some code on the actual HTML. Now title HTML that says to hide that button under certain circumstances. Here it is. FAS FA edit stream toggle stream title edits. This is the icon for the button. If can change. Okay, so where does can change? The can change is false when we first come on the page. So what changes that? Can change. Oh, here we go. So wait, if we mount. Oh, I see what's going on. So if we mount and there's no user, so you're not logged in, you can't edit, you can't change because you're not logged in. That makes sense. If you are logged in as a user, then here we go. We check with Bodyguard and see. So it's saying if you have update channel permission. I'm suspecting is going to be used by a couple different things. So that's what we'll probably have to change. Because in order for this to be only, how do I put this? In order for this to, permission to only affect that button, it needs to only be used by that button. And then we got to make sure that in all other cases where you would have update channel permissions, you would have this permission, which isn't really that big a deal because when we do the permission check, we'll just make sure that if you are the channel owner, you just get that, you just have that permission, which is pretty much, I'm betting, what it does right now, right? So if I do policy, Lumis Streams, and I look for the update channel. If you're an admin, you get to update. Boom. Same if you're GCT, you have that permission. And then streamers update channel here. Take in user ID, we take in a channel user ID. Yeah, if the current user equals the channel's owner, then you have permission. So it'd be basically this, except we'd also take into account if you are a moderator that has editor permission. So, and then update channel. Let's just check, but I'm pretty sure this is probably used by a couple. Stream moderation. Oh, update channel moderator. Pull this out. And here's streams, update channel. Yeah, so that's like. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be rough. Because one of the things it's going to be. Let me see here. So when you go and actually update the playlist. When you update the playlist, here's my worry. Yeah, save update channel. Yeah, it calls update channel, which is probably also the same thing that's called on the setting page, which is not good because you would be able to, because I have to give it a specific. I have to give it a specific method that it will call, which isn't the end of the world. It just means we're not going to have the reuse of this method. Streams update channel. Let's keep this open. What does this do? Because when you call update channel, it then checks this update channel permission and kicks you out if you don't have it, which in the case of an editor, they wouldn't have it. So it would kick them out. So even though they'd be able to see the edit button and they'd be able to change things on there, as soon as they hit save, it would stop. And that's not what we want. We want them to be able to. So what we have to do here is put this up again a little bit. What we have to do here is basically just take the same update channel that's here. But I need to make the change sets. I want to make sure, just for security purposes, that the change set is can only affect like the title and the tags and stuff. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go. We're gonna start here. This makes the most sense to me. Right. Wait, they're not. Let me just make sure. Create channel, update channel, reactivate, delete channel, update emote, update add-ons, green. Just try to make sure we don't already have a method that almost does what I need. No. Okay. Go up this way too. Yeah, no, we don't have it. Okay. I didn't think so. I just wanted to make sure. I don't duplicate an effort that's already done. So we want to do update channel. How about edit channel title? The channel change that is everything, which is not what I want. I want a change set that is a small portion of this one. Let me just make sure they don't already have one. Change set, change set. Tag. Take this. We're going to call this down to something little. A little more targeted. So we'll say edit title and tag, change that. So title, category, subcategory. I need Stream ID in there. I think I need Stream ID. Language, mature content we don't need. So home page, thumbnail they can't do, HMAC key they can't do. Chat rules, festivals, status no. Links, require confirmed email. Okay, all that comes out of there. Did this. Leave the title validation there. And the account page we don't need. Content. Tags, subcategory, we'll leave those there. Unique constraint is ready, that'll stay on. Anyway, well, can't update the user ID anyway. I'll leave it on. I'll leave it on there. It's not part of the things the attributes you're allowed to update anyway from here. So hopefully it doesn't like get updated by something else, like one of these maybe put tags or whatever. Edit title tag. Do that. Here we say edit title and tags. Change set repo update. New channel. Broadcast message. Category. Broadcast message to channel. That's just broadcasting to the listeners on the page that title or tags or category have changed. That's good. We'll leave those away. Load exit. I don't think I need the catch here because you're not uploading channel image. So get rid of that. I don't know why this thing put up in the middle of everything else. There it is. There it is. It fixed it. So title tags. So I want to call this the update channel. We'll say edit channel title. Title tag. Title and tag. I'm gonna make it very obvious what this thing is. that's a very narrow focus. That and we'll probably need another. I don't think I have to see where in the database the permissions are, but I have a feeling they're not on the user. Because that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Well, yeah, no, that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. It'd have to be somewhere else. So, let's see. I'll probably have to pass an additional attribute into here in order to pass it to the bodyguard permit. I have that. So in policy, what I'll do is go editors. Just here. Say user channel user ID channel user ID. Do that for right now. We'll just have it. It'll be basically the same check right now. ID. Okay. Not a. Oh, I guess. Okay. You don't need a comma. Because the when is part of the. As long as I don't put a do that. As long as I don't put that do that. No, part of the authorize. Okay. We'll have to fix a little bit. So that has the bare bones in it. Let's go into the database and see what this. So if I look at, I'm guessing there is. I haven't even looked at moderators at all yet. I'm gonna assume there's a moderator here. Channel moderator. Here we go. What does it look? Yeah, this has the actual data in it, which makes sense. And delete. We have a user ID here. So if I bring in part of the user, if I bring in the moderation thing, it looks like it's tied off of user. So if we go and open up user here, do we not have a key off of here? Followers following, socials. His community camp, okay. His events team role. Okay, so we don't have it. It doesn't actually. We don't have it actually pulling off of the user here. So that just means I have to do an additional lookup for it, which isn't that terrible. There, moderator. Channel moderator. Change that there. It's pretty straightforward. Where is the channel moderation log too, which I need to keep open? I won't have to change anything here, I don't think. I'll just be adding an additional field. But I need moderation here. What we're looking for. Delete channel moderator, delete channel moderator, change, create. Moderation log. Channel moderator. API call. So it looks like I can call this to see if the user is a moderator for the channel, although it's channel moderator ID. What is that? That's a primary key. Yeah, why would that be a... Unless it's called ID and channel moderator here. No, it'll be called channel ID and user ID. So if I call get on channel moderator, yeah, you're just getting the primary key, which is ID. Okay, that's a weird. I would expect them to take like a channel ID. Well, you can list channel moderators for a channel. and for the particular user. So channel moderator where channel ID is channel ID. Oh, it's using the user. The user is the current logged in user, and it's using them to see whether or not they have permissions to see all the moderators. Okay, that's still not what I'm looking for. They don't have a. If they have a get. This is what. Oh, they have a get channel moderator, but they. It's my primary key. Which bothers the crap out of me. Like, why would I have the primary key for that? Switch channel moderator. Oh, I see what's. So it's using this. It's using that ID. Oh. Yeah, the settings page probably does this. That's not great. Hey, TKF Soul Lady, welcome. Thank you for the follow. That's not great, because that means anybody can look at this page and see the primary key of... If I right click on show here, I bet it tells me. Yeah, mods 1. That's not great. Now people will know, they can just guess at the mod IDs. Oh, hey, Techno Freak, welcome as well. He's redoing his computer. Cool. Cool. Yeah, welcome. Welcome both of you. I was trying to think of what TKF meant, and now I know. Oh my. Yeah, that's probably, this is something we'll have to fix, I think, at some point. Because really, this should not be exposing primary keys like this. It should be showing, like, this should be channel mods / like channel ID or something, or even, not even channel ID, like the channel name or something. And then you just kind of look up from the channel name the mod from there. But this is an easy mistake to make, because like even in my day job I would do something like this. I would just throw a primary key in there. But when you're dealing with, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but when your primary keys are just a sequence, it's a bad. Like if our primary keys for the moderators were like universal unique IDs, it wouldn't be a big deal. You could throw them on the page and no one can guess what the next one's going to be or what the previous one's going to be or anything like that. They can't just like wind their way into something. You know what I mean? And I guess technically on here it's not that big a deal because we do another permission check. So even though you could change that URL to be the 1 to be like 10 or something, we still do a permission check to make sure you can even see that moderator based on who you are logged in as. So it's okay in this case. It's okay. So that's fine, I guess. Yeah. Let's see here. And hey, Techno Freak, thanks for following. Just, yeah, you were doing your PC. Yeah, I got you. Let me see here. So what I need to do I'm going to need a method where I can actually get the tell if this user is a moderator for this channel. I'm just going to add one in here. I wonder if I need to do a check. Do I need to do a bodyguard permit on it? Actually, well, actually, I only need to know if the user is an editor of the channel. Are they going to add raids so we can pass lurkers and viewers at some point? Lots of tweets, people move to here. It is on the list. It is on the list. So I don't know. The problem is I can't tell you when, because it's not. There's no progress has been made on it. But I can tell you that I worked on the hosting feature, the auto host, and the raids could pretty much use the same pipeline kind of that the auto host uses, except you wouldn't need the background job that's running and stuff. So it shouldn't be that much of a stretch. The thing is, I was actually going to work on raids before I took on the co-streaming thing. And you know, I only changed direction because co-streaming was one of the things the community voted on more. But yeah, it is definitely on the list. And what I'm trying to do now is just as an idea of what's going on. So Friday nights now, I am focusing on like small features because I want to get some kind of momentum going. We have a lot of bursts of activity, and it's because, you know, obviously we're all volunteers and we're doing it whatever we can get time to do it. But it for people who are just kind of using the site daily, it can be a little bit frustrating because you don't know when anything's going to happen. Because half the time we don't know what's going to happen. What I'm trying to do is Friday nights like this, I'm trying to, instead of working on the co-streaming stuff, which is going to take a couple more months to finish, I'm just taking like small features. I'm just kind of like things that'll take maybe a week or 2 or 3, and try to get those across the finish line so we get like a little bit more of a cadence of like, oh, stuff is changing. It's not going to be big stuff, but it might be quality of life stuff. It might be, it's something, right? It's like, oh, hey, like things are still changing. The site's not dying. It's not stagnating, you know. It's just everything takes a while. You know? So that's kind of my idea for this. So tonight, I'm working on adding an editor role. So you'll be able to, your moderators of your stream, you'll be able to make one or more of your moderators an editor, and that will give them the ability to go on the stream page and hit the edit button and change your title and tags and stuff. So that's what I'm working on right now. It's nice and small, it's compact, fairly straightforward, and I think I can get it done in like, you know, 1 or 2 sessions here. So yeah. Wish you'd kept up on coding. I'd love to help. Yeah, no, hey, any kind of help is good help, whether it's, you know, coding, whether it's design, whether it's ideas. I mean, let me put it this way. I have a lot of ideas, but I can always use more. I mean, if you got ideas for like, especially if you have ideas for, and as I said at the beginning of the stream, you don't have to worry about whether or not it's a small idea or a big idea. I'll figure that out. Just any ideas for either quality of life things, changes you like to see, new additions, bug fixes if there's a bug that I don't know about, things like that. It's all fair game, and let me figure out whether or not it's big, small, or otherwise, you know. So, because that's what I mean. That's basically what I need right now. I need people to like go on building Glimish and just like, I have this idea, I have that idea, I have this idea, I have that idea. Or even pick off some of the threads that are there and be like, I like this one, I don't like this one so much. Here's my thoughts on this, here's my thoughts on that. The feedback is what is the more important thing as we go. And the idea. Because, you know, I'm only one man. There's only so many things that I can come up with off my brain. And it's nice to have, as I used to say when I was mentoring a lot of kids out of college, it's a lot better if we're all using our brains. You know, multiple brains are better than just one brain. You got any plans for networking with games, like Twitch drops for games? Just one, yeah. That's a good one. That's I think Mytho is been working on and off on interactive. So there will be a way for you to do. It's not Twitch drops per se, but it's more like Twitch interactive. Drops and stuff. The hard part about drops is that we need to get buy-in from devs, from game devs. So, that's the harder part. Like the technology behind it probably isn't too bad. And yeah, I mean, we have to do some feature work there to put the technology in place. Do it, like put an API in place to do the drops and make sure that, you know, they track time properly and all that stuff. And it would be nice to figure out if the way that drops are done now is actually the best way to do them. Because I know with Twitch drops, like I think the other day I was watching Gathalion, and he was playing New World, which is a game I like. I have to get back to it at some point. But I've heard a lot of changes have happened there. And he had drops on for New World. But you had to sit there for like, I think it was like 2 hours in order to get the drop. And I felt like, and I don't know, this is really a question for the community and for all those. Is time really the best metric? Or is there some other thing? You know what I mean? Or should there be like a cap on the amount of time? Like, should it be no longer than 30 minutes? Or should we just figure a different way of doing it? Should it be completely random? Or like have a job that's firing off every couple minutes that just randomly picks someone who hasn't gotten the drop yet that's in your chat to get the drop, you know? Or chat messages, yeah. You know what I mean? Why just lurking? Yeah, true. I mean, I don't want to punish lurkers, but you know, maybe chatting bumps you up the list a little bit or something. Maybe it gives you a better percentage of getting the drop or something like that. Or maybe it gives you a different drop. Maybe there's like drops for active chatters and drops for lurkers. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, that's definitely like that would definitely be very cool. At least to get the back end in place. Obviously we'd have to get, you know, for it to really work, you'd have to get buy-in from devs and stuff, but we do have to get like the framework in place and everything before we could even do that. That would be kind of cool. care less here on how many you like to do and Jay. Not 20. No one talking. Fair. That's fair. I mean, I think I'm kind of the opposite in that but then again, I'm a big lurker myself. Like I generally very rarely do I chat in someone's chat. Usually it's because I have the chat on a different screen and I'm doing something else. And I don't want to, I feel like if I chat to them, I'm kind of obligated to respond if they have like questions for me or they're asking me how my day is or stuff like that. And I'm like, I want to respond to you, but I'm in the middle of something over here. You know what I mean? So I get both sides of that equation. You know what I mean? So I understand. Because I'm a big so I work from home all day because ever since the pandemic they shut down our office and just told everybody to just work from home permanently. So I have I'll have music playing, I'll have like a stream running, I'll have maybe YouTube every so often. You know what I mean? Just as I'm coding, as I'm doing stuff, you know, I have those things going on in the background. If I'm in a particularly boring meeting, I'll turn some music on while people are talking. You know, that kind of thing. Just, you know, it's just that's just how I always roll with it. And even when I was in the office, I had that kind of thing going too. Although it was a little bit harder with streams because you kind of had to keep them in a background tab, so no one saw that you're watching videos while you're sitting at your desk. But yeah, it's like, you know, I get it. I get both sides of that. I also I started out with just doing YouTube videos. So I'm used to kind of talking to an empty room, so to speak. Like, because when you're recording a video, you're basically talking to yourself. Although, as I like to put it in my head, one of the things that always trips up people is hearing your own voice when you go back to edit your videos, and it's like, oh, that's what I sound like. And I always like to, in my head, it was always like, well, that's what Memory Leak does now. That's not what I sound. That's what Memory Leak does. Yeah. So you have that kind of mental thing of like, well, I'm talking to myself technically, but you know, it's the persona, so to speak, kind of talking. So I haven't had problems with that, with going to streaming and just being able to like chat as I'm doing stuff. I do see a lot of people, even on Glimish, where I'll drop into their channel and they're just silent. They're just playing a game and they're absolutely silent. And I'm like, a hard sell. It's a very hard sell. Yeah. But I get it. It's, you know, everyone starts somewhere. And everyone starts from a different place. And I don't know why I got into that. I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but I did. So there we go. But yeah, no, as far as like ideas and all that stuff, drops is a good idea. VODs, well, not VODs at some point, but like clips. I was even looking at like one of the things that I might do some Friday here is play around with browser video and audio, connecting to your webcam and connecting to your microphone via the browser, because Twitch just rolled out Superstar or whatever it's called, and from what I've read in their FAQ, it looks like to me they basically have the browser grabbing people's video and microphone who are invited by the streamer, and then they're taking that data, they're sending it to their back end, and then the streamer can then go to a web page and use OBS browser source to bring in those videos, which is pretty straightforward and eminently doable. I think what's interesting to me on that is I think Twitch probably had to do a lot of back end stuff to make that work. Whereas for us, we already pretty much have the nuts and bolts in place in the back end. Like the WebRTC stuff, we have a WebRTC server. Everything that all the streams that come in end up being converted to WebRTC. Converted. I'm using the word converted, but it's the easiest word I can use. They end up being transported over WebRTC, and for us to then just take, a browser, video or audio and just send it to the back end, seems like it would be fairly straightforward. Although I've never done it, so I'm saying that from just the thought process. But it seems like it'd be fairly straightforward for us, and then we could do something similar. So at some point I do want to play around with that a little bit, see if I can make something like that kind of work in like a very, very, very prototypey way. Something that kind of have the back end running, have the Janus server running, and then just kind of have just plain web pages that are just kind of talking back and forth against it. See if it even works. That would be pretty interesting. That's kind of the stuff that I want to do on Fridays, is just kind of play with prototypes and do small things and just in general kind of move the keep the wagon wheels moving, as it were. Now the question on this is, so what I could do here. What I could do here is just bring back a Boolean that says whether or not the user you provide for the channel you provide is an editor. I guess technically I could put, is a moderator too, but we don't need that for our purposes. We just need to know if they're an editor. And that would be fair, and then I wouldn't have to necessarily do this bodyguard check on it, because all we're really doing is saying, yes, this person's an editor. We're not giving you any other data. This is bringing back the entire object, the channel moderator object. I don't really need that for my purpose. So I think what I can do here, alright, let's come down to the bottom. Channel moderator, change that. Alright, cool. So we'll say, API. Whatever. Come on. Just copying something around here. If I say F, is editor channel editor, and we take a user and take a channel yeah. And then I should be able to figure out from that if they are moderator. Do we bring channel in here? We do. So, repo. So I need to So, okay, before I do that, I need to actually put the column in the database so I can have it in the thing. So I need channel moderator. The field. Is and I could add that to the that. I think that'll be fun. Because right now I care only about reading that value. When it comes to editing it, we'll be doing all the normal check for editing, so that'll be fine. Okay, is editor there, and then I need to make new migration. Always forget how. Ecto new migration. Oh, here it is. Mix ectogen migration. And then the name of the migration. Okay, tab here. So mix ectogen migration. Add flag to moderate. Yeah. There we go. Add editor flag to moderators. The access created. Add here. Add editor flag moderators. Cool. So all I gotta do is add that column. I think I have to look up there. So we do alter table. And yes. Paste. And I want to alter table. Channel moderators. What's the name of the table? Yeah, channel moderators. Add is editor. Boolean default false. And that's yeah, so we'll just add that one column, the editor column. And I want to be variable. Yeah, that's we add that. Now moderators is editor. Boolean default. What I call it is editor over here. Okay. Alright. And then we'll do mix ecto migrate. That altered table, so I should now see that if I hold on. If I select my table, make it bigger. I'm forgetting it doesn't remember how big I've made it. Select from that. And now we got is editor is false. Cool. For that column. Default false. Correct. Good. So then over here. I need to query that. So we're gonna do make sure I remember it. Changing my brain over from Java to Elixir and back again takes a while here. I was just doing like JDBC stuff today, and so I got a JDBC template crap on my brain right now. I want to do repo replica. Replica all. Really going to be repo replica 1 probably. Yeah. Yeah. From the. I don't even need to preload anything. So, replica. Here. Let's back up here again. One thing you thought of adding in a title of a game above the streamer's name so people can know easy what game the person is playing. Oh, above the streamer's name where? On the stream page? Or on the line page? Like right now it has my name. Well, Twitch and others have a game title of it. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what you're talking about. So like this, where it has your name and then it has the game right underneath of it? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the actual streaming page? You can see the game easy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we do show the game. Like that's the blue tag is the game. But it is like it doesn't stand out. And you're right in that. Yeah, you're right, it doesn't like stand out too well. And some people aren't even using it. Like this person's not using it. This person is using it, but it's over here. Destiny 2 here, Final Fantasy Tactics, Dead by Daylight. This looks like he's doing Modern Warfare 2, but he doesn't have a tag. A lot of people, this is interesting. A lot of people haven't even changed their titles. Like live stream is the default title. And they just haven't even changed it. They haven't changed their profile picture. They haven't changed the title. Very weird to me. Very strange. But yeah, I get you. Like it. I think. Yeah, the blue doesn't really stand out too well, and I am thinking like, yeah, maybe like if we stretched out this section a little bit and like underneath their name we put it maybe. Although we'll have to make a different color because their language is there. But yeah, like somewhere here, like either make it a different color or just make it the same like white text that's here. You know. But I get what you're saying, yeah. No, I get you. It is a little bit It is a little bit buried there with all the other tags. I mean, I like the idea of showing all the tags where we show them, but they are kind of all over the place. Especially when you use a lot of them, like Botch uses a lot of them here. You can see how it kind of pushes them all over the place. You know? So yeah, no, I get you. And you know, like this one here, like Destiny 2, this is showing up really well because the colors of the stream image below it really allow for it. But when you come over to like here with Dauntless, like all these blues in the image are making the blues of the tags and stuff hard to see. So there's a lot of like little aesthetic things that we can probably work on a bit. See, my big problem is I'm not really good at aesthetic. Like my CSS is horrendously and I kind of wish I could get someone who knows this stuff, like UX and UI stuff, someone who really loves this stuff. You can pass it on your ideas. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I get you. I get you. I'm not saying negative or anything about it. No. Yeah, I'm kind of just lamenting that I wish we had like a UX or UI person who could just go through and give the site a good facelift, because we've done pretty well, you know, with the color schemes and stuff, but it is definitely a programmer layout, right? It's definitely the kind of thing that you would see programmers do. It's like just enough variety to be somewhat interesting, but also everything's just very like, oh, Bootstrap does this for me. Let's just let Bootstrap do that for me. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. It definitely could use like the touch of a designer to come in and just kind of rejigger things up and make it look a little bit snappier. As long as they don't go too crazy like Caffeine did. I don't even know. Every time I go to Caffeine's site, it doesn't load, so this will be interesting. Caffeine.tv. Oh, it's actually loading for a change. That's fun. But like, this is just, what a hot mess. Like, what's live? Oh, they actually changed it around so that the live things actually show up at the top and not like mixed in with videos. That's fun. Yeah, and then you got like hashtags trending, which I guess is fine, but they're all the way down bottom here. You got more live nows down here. You know, it's just, then you've got them broken out by hashtag. You know what I mean? It's just kind of, it's like so busy. It's not as busy as it was. I'll give them that much. They definitely gave it a facelift. Prior to this, it was like candy colored and there were just blotches of color all over the place. And they finally like toned it down a bit, which is really good. But yeah, still a bit of a mess. And I don't know, like they have their upcoming things above the trending tag. It's like, oh yeah, we want you to watch our live stream, but wait, look, all this stuff is upcoming. And oh yeah, okay, there's some live streams down here. Oh, and there's some more videos. Oh, okay, there. Oh, and here's some more live streams down here. It's like, come on, guys. What are you pushing? You pushing the live stream? You pushing the non-live stream? Like they've never been able to figure that out. You know, I had high hopes for that site too. They just, oof, boy, did they drop the ball on it. Anyway, memory bitches into the void. Welcome to Friday night. Oh, it's funny. It's, I mean, it's, you know, I get worked up on this stuff because I'm passionate about. I want to, the repo replica, I wanted to, no. Repo off. Go query. The repo. No, I think I want the query API. Hey, here we go. One. So I was looking for one queryable, which is a single result from the query. Turns nil if no result was found, raises more than one. So yeah, that's what I want. Will return nil, right? What is one with the raises of more than one entry? Raises no results error if no record. Okay, I don't want that. I want the nil to come back. Or I could do it like this. Next, there exists an entry that matches the given query. Civics to run the query on the schema path and Postgres has database to apply the off from and new ends that exist. I said any posts exist in private. Repo exists. Private schema. Any post with light count greater than 10 exists. This is actually really what I want. This I want it to return a boolean, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's why I want. Repo. Oh, replica exists. And do panel moderator. Oh, where and the user ID equals user dot a friend who is working with Prism. He's passing stuff on to them about Glimish so they can get set up for here too. Like an OBS setup that's very different. Yeah, I actually looked them up. I heard about Prism, and I when I first heard about it, when I first went on the website, I was like, this looks like OBS. This looks like somebody forked OBS. But then when I read some more, it looks like it's actually not a fork of OBS. It just happens to have a lot of the same terminology as OBS and look a little bit like it. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see if they take us on as a thing. Also, I saw someone pinging Restream.io to see if they'll support Glimish. I don't know if they ever got a response to it. We had pinged them once before, and they said, lol, no, you're using FTL. But now that we're RTMP, they might be more amenable to having us on the free tier. Because right now you have to be paid in order to do the custom RTMP. You have to be on the Yeah, yeah. I'm using Restream right now, and I'm on the custom RTMP. Get it to work, but yeah, it would be nice if they put us on the free tier. No, it's not cheap. It's like $400 a year or something, right? And honestly, it annoys me a little bit because they're 190 for you. Yeah, I'm on some kind of weird plan. Maybe it's 190 for me. I don't remember anymore. But I will say this. I wish they didn't spend as much time on stuff that nobody wants. You know, like they've got a chatbot that is really good, you know, but it's broken. It's been broken for a while. Like it doesn't always, it sometimes drops off chats without telling you. It sometimes, you know, it had a feature that would like make a noise if a chat came in after a while, and that has never worked, you know. And I just wish they would. Yeah, broke is not close to. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, but they're so focused on this, like, oh, we have a video player, and you can stream right from your browser, and you can do all this stuff. It's like nobody wants that. I mean, streaming from a browser, maybe, but nobody wants it. All we really want to do is be able to multi-stream. You know, you spend all this time and effort on these things, on these tools that nobody freaking wants, or I doubt even use it. Right? And it's like, we just want you to do one thing. We want your chat to work, your multi-channel chat to work. I want their freaking update titles. I want to be able to type in a game in there and have it actually figure out cross platforms what the game is. You know, instead of having to go one at a time for each platform and be like, I want this game, I want that game, you know? Yeah. It's just like, you know, and their YouTube thing, and this is kind of more on YouTube than them, I get, which is like you have to set up your YouTube stream ahead of time. So you got to go into the YouTube interface, you got to go live there, you got to say all your stuff, and then you got to pull it from the drop down list on Restream and say use this thing, and they do have something that will generate one for you, but then it doesn't generate thumbnail or any of that stuff. Like, come on, guys. You have an opportunity here to do one thing well, and instead you're doing a lot of little stuff poorly. You know? Whatever. It is what it is, I guess, right now. But even just like getting them to just do Glimish on the free tier would be a boon, I think. Once you add each, it's easy to change up titles on it. Yeah, I did see that Prism had like, Prism was kind of a little bit more like Stream Elements, where it's like it had a lot of integrations already, where you could change your titles and stuff on various services, which is good. You know, I would like to see, I mean, one of the other things that I've wanted to do that's in my long list of things that I'd want to do at some point is have closed captioning work. So there is a, like I have a closed captioning plugin turned on. I don't have it displaying on the stream right now because it's very inaccurate, especially with my voice. But it works, like it integrates with Twitch closed captioning. So like directly onto their platform. So if you use it there, like if you turn it on and someone turns on closed captioning on Twitch, they'll actually see what's coming from your OBS, not the like auto-generated closed captioning. Which is good because the closed captioning plugin on OBS only listens to your microphone. It doesn't listen to everything else. So it should have a clearer audio input. and it uses Google Translate to do stuff. I would like to see something like that. I would like to, like, there's a way to do closed captioning on the web. There's a whole framework for it and everything. I would love to put that on Blimish, but we don't have anyone, like, we don't have, I'd have to put the API out there and then hope that someone uses the API, So it's one of those things, like, I have it on the list to do, but I've been constantly pushing it down further and further on the list because, it requires a little bit of buy-in there, as far as like a bot or like one of the chat bots or something like that being able to integrate with it, or having an OBS plugin that will integrate with it, that kind of thing. I think there's a big audience there that we're not serving, and it's definitely those who are impaired as far as like not hearing, but as far as visually impaired and stuff. So it would be nice if we got a leg up on there. It's one of those things where, again, it's kind of like we don't have that many people on the site yet, so it's sort of keeps getting kicked down the road because of that. And there's bigger fish to fry right now, but it still would be a nice thing to have there. A nice thing that, it's not like a small change though, but it is something we can kind of like play around with. Whose mutant uses text to speech for streaming? Yeah. Yeah, I have yeah, I don't have, I just have the regular captions, but yeah, I'm looking at the captions window right now to see what's going on. 60% accurate. My fear is that, like, it'll say that I said something that I really didn't say. Like, I did catch it at one point, like, saying that I cursed or something, and I was like, that was not even close. More and more handicappers are starting to stream. Yeah, and that's good. That's all around good. It's just we need to be cognizant of that fact and try and provide a good experience for them. Make it as easy for them to do as possible. You had your cell phone say one thing and say something else. Yeah, exactly. Well, and it is using the Google back end, so it's about as accurate as Google is, which is to say, not very accurate. Channel ID equal channel dot B where that is editor is I have to put that in. No, I think I can just do that. Cool. That should just work now, right? From channel moderator, did I not do that right? Let's say as. Oh, I gotta do EM in. Okay. EM in channel moderator. Oh, I forgot. Equal versus. Okay. That just should give me a true or false of this person, this user, and is a moderator on the channel that I passed in. That should be good. This channel editor. That's free moderation. Moderation EX. Okay. So then when I come over to if I go to policy, do something special, do multiple parameters, don't I? Image. Channel. And then use editor. Actually, it's gonna be I don't even need channel then, right? Because it's just gonna be user ID. I can say, okay. User ID equals channel user ID 4 is yeah. Yeah. Either the user is the owner of the channel or they are okay. The biggest things that get most new people here is the emotes and how clean the stream looks. That's good. That's good. I want to, I'm hoping to focus as much as we can on the community stuff. So emotes is really good, and Barry did a lot with emotes. That was great. I have a few like small chat things that I can kind of peel off the larger chat things I was working on to try and make happen, like make the chat bubbles bigger and stuff like that. Change the chat text input to a text area. I have like stuff for that working and things. I can kind of do like little things like that. I have bigger plans with like being able to change the chat font size and the font and all that stuff. But those take a little bit more effort because that I have to work on that menu, and that menu is pretty terrible in the chat there, the little gear icon. But the other thing is like I do want to try to like I feel like the co-streaming, if I can get it to work, will be good because it's making other streamers work together and their communities can kind of come together. Um, Raids would be another one that'd be good to follow it up with. And anything that kind of like promotes community, I think is what we really need right now. And we need to, one of the hardest things to do is we need to really start de-emphasizing view counts even more than we already do. I feel like that's the hardest sell, right? Because everyone has that sort of drilled into their brains that number means something when it really doesn't. It's really just a marketing number, an ad salesman number, really, honestly. People selling advertising space are the only ones who care about that actual number. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything about the quality of the stream you're going to walk into or anything like that. And that's, I think we've done a good job of it, but we still have it kind of hanging there on the stream page. And in many respects, the horse is already out of the barn. We can't necessarily take that away. But I have an idea where I can let the streamer decide whether they want to show it, and then I can let the viewers decide whether they want to minimize or maximize it, and then any new viewers, any new users to the platform would have it like a default state where it's like minimized. And I think that's a good thing to ultimately come through, and that's another thing that I want to tackle as far, like on a Friday night small change kind of thing. 'Cause I think that would be relatively straightforward, but it's also one of those like people are very passionate about that number, and I get it. It's YouTube and Twitch have spent years drilling that number into people's heads as being like, this is important. And even me, I find myself going onto a stream and being like, oh, I'm the only one here. You know what I mean? Even though I'm just lurking anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So it's like one of those things where it's very hard to kind of feel that idea out of people's heads that it's really not a thing, really not it's not an indicator of quality. And there's plenty of people who will fight me on that idea, and that's fine. That's the way it goes. Yeah. More about who's participating. Yeah. And I'd even go so far. Correct? Okay, that's the way. Although I want to make sure that order of operations work properly. Just to be pedantic, make sure that everybody can read early and it's working the way I expect it to. Should be more about who's participating in your stream and numbers. I agree. To an extent, I think participation is, again, I'm a big fan of lurkers, so I guess it depends on. It's hard to judge the participation if people aren't saying anything in chat. So I don't know. It's one of those things where I very much lean towards, if you're I don't know. It's a hard one because I enjoy just streaming for the act of streaming because it gives me something to do. but there are a lot of people who need some kind of feedback to say, like, you know, hey, people are here and they're participating, even if they're not necessarily saying anything in chat. So that's or people need that chat, you know, like I need people to talk to while I'm streaming. Otherwise I feel like I'm not doing things right. And I get that too. And it's a hard balance to strike, because at the same time, you know, I want those people who are really goal oriented and need to see like things are actually happening, you know, numbers are actually going up. How do you serve them and at the same time not sell them numbers that don't really have a meaning? You know what I mean? That's the hard part. Some of that is like, oh, here's a number of followers. I mean, that's a good number, right? Oh, I got all these followers. I have the potential of these people watching. And we also have the analytics on the back end that, you know, they can look at and say, oh, well, here's how many people were watching, even though I couldn't see the number live. So I don't know. It's a balancing act of like making sure that everyone who is motivated by different things can still find that motivation without selling them snake oil, you know? And I wish I knew some magic missile that would make all that work properly, that everybody would be like, oh yes, that's the answer. But I don't know what that is. So we'll see. Okay, so I have this. I'm taking into account the Boolean in there. I guess this is okay. I'm gonna just say that this is okay. But I think it's fine for our purposes, because none of the other authorizes really do a whole lot of logic. They're just kind of like, these two things are equal. So I think this is fine to just pass a Boolean in to this guy. It's not like you can call this externally. So that is that. So we got the policy in there. I'm a moderator. I did. Well, let's see. Where's the other thing? Stream moderation. We added the is channel editor. You think it was an amazing step on Glimish's part to not lock supporting a streamer behind how many are watching, and that in turn helps to not worry so much about numbers. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that was one of the reasons that kind of drove me to help out with some of the coding. I mean, that and the fact that Glimish is open source, which, as far as I know, none of the other streaming sites are, even the ones being proposed, are open source yet. So, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff that I think Glimish stands for. And, you know, removing all the barriers, entry, just being like, look, you know, we don't need partnerships. Just come in and do your thing. We don't need to hold on to your money until you reach a minimum payout. We'll just pay it out. You know, they've done a lot of stuff. You know, exactly. Come in and have fun. Exactly. And I think that's all good all across the board. And that's the other reason why I put as much effort into it as I do. I really like what they're doing. I'm critical of their social media presence because they have very little. And I feel like people forget that Glimish exists. because they don't hear a whole lot about it, and there's a lot of noise from other upstarts that not to fire any shots across any bows, but there's a lot of noise from other upstarts that don't have anything to show for that noise. And the squeakiest wheel gets the most attention, right? And that's what's happening. And I feel like we could get some more, more of a presence there and stuff that would help us out a bit too. And some of that too is just, we are a bit of a hard sell in that we're still small, and a lot of people just for some reason have this notion in their heads that they don't want to put time into a site that doesn't have, in their minds, hundreds of thousands of viewers, which is very strange. I've seen that a lot on Twitter and stuff. Like, why would I go over there? They only have like a couple hundred people watching. It's like, and I look at their channel and they only have like 45 followers and like maybe 1 or 2 viewers. And I'm like, you're in a perfect position to spread your wings a little bit. You know what I mean? Like I would understand that if you had, if you were a partner and you had, you were averaging 80 viewers a stream and you had, hundreds and hundreds of followers and stuff. I could understand the trepidation of coming to like a small site like that, like Glimish, but you're already a relatively small streamer, then like there's no skin off your teeth to try it, right? You might actually get more viewers because you're now on a platform where you're now a bigger fish in a smaller pond. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. You might get more attention. But yeah, you tell them that they can bring the communities over, have no ads, and better stream quality. Yeah, and that's all good stuff. And I hope we can maintain that going forward. The no ads and the good stream quality and the low latency and all that stuff. I hope that we can just keep on keeping on with that. I'm a little concerned about the has had just as many people watching me on here as Twitch. Yeah, exactly. I've had more people watching me on Glimish than on Twitch. I've been on Twitch since 2015, 2016. I think 2015. I've been on Twitch since then, and I've had more concurrent viewers on Glimish than I've had ever on Twitch. Over all those years. Yeah, it is what it is. It's like you go somewhere where you're more likely to be seen, people are going to be more likely to see you. Like, I don't know how that is so difficult for people to understand, but it's like, I think it's a lot of people are adverse to change, and they just don't, they can't get through their heads. Oh, I don't want to change. I don't want to have to relearn something new, and I don't want to all this stuff. It's like, it's not that different from what you already know. You know what I mean? It's not, we're not like, it's a streaming site. It just works the way other streaming sites work. We may not have, the 900 features that nobody uses on Twitch, but it's, we're a lot younger than Twitch too. It's that weird mentality of, I don't want to know anything. I don't want to learn anything new. Like, well, you're not really learning anything new. It's pretty much the same. You hit start stream in OBS, and your stream appears on the site. I do get we did get some really good feedback about the editor for the profile pages. That, you know, the markup editor that we have is pretty bare bones. And I think someone suggested a much slicker editor, a much nicer editor, that I think is something that would be pretty straightforward and easy to kind of swap in. So that's another thing on my list, is to bring that editor down and put that on there and make it like just a little bit easier for people to just edit their profiles and all that stuff. That would work. Time we're here is keep moving. Yeah. Now I know it's a matter of time, and I hope that it comes to fruition. It's just I do worry that, you know, every board meeting you look at the numbers, you look at the bank account numbers, and you're like, those things keep going down. You know, it ain't cheap to run servers, and Clone has done a lot of work to try to get whatever bargains he can anywhere he can, and switching the servers out and all that stuff. But you know, still worries me a bit, you know, because you want to get enough people on board where, like, I hope, I know this wasn't really, I mean, it was kind of on the plate, but kind of not, but I was hoping that, I was hoping we could get some more progress on, like, the business side of Glimesh. I was kind of hoping that we would go down the path of becoming, like, a public benefit company, where you basically it's basically like a non-profit, but you're just like, you know, all that money, like, it's essentially a non-profit where you're not in it for make a profit. You're in it just to make enough money to cover your costs, maybe cover some employees eventually, and that's it. And all the other money is just, you're not in it for the whole profit thing. I would love if we went down that path. I don't know if we're going to end up down that path or not. I don't know. Clone has ideas of what he wants to do, but I have no idea if that's going to be something that they do or not. I think that was one of the things that was proposed on building Glimesh there. But there hasn't really been any, as far as I know, hasn't really been any progress forward with that. And I think that would be a good thing, but I also don't deal with the books and the finances and all that stuff. That's Clone, so, you know, it's easy for me to say, oh yeah, you should just be a public benefit company, but I don't deal with the taxes. I don't have to do the taxes for the corporation either. So I have no idea what all that entails, and honestly, I don't want to know. There's a part of me that's like, yeah, numbers are not my thing. Yeah, finances are hard no matter what. Yeah, if we get a few bigger streamers than those here, it could change fast. Yeah. I mean, even when we get a bunch of, like, even if we get a bunch of small streamers that are motivated, I think that's really what I think that's what we need. We need we need motivated streamers, and we need motivated viewers, right? Because the problem Mixer had was they had a lot of motivated streamers. They had almost no viewers, right? Because almost everyone who was on the platform was a streamer of some kind. And so it was hard to get viewers to come in and watch you because they were probably already off streaming their own stuff, right? And sort of what we need is, we need a combination of both. We need people who are motivated to watch who don't really care about having a channel of their own or streaming on their own, or if they do stream on their own, they do it occasionally. It's not a big thing, right? But we need streamers who are motivated to keep on trucking, because I think a lot of what happens is you get a lot of streamers who are like, you get a lot of people who are like, oh, I would like to try out streaming, and so they try out streaming on Glimesh, and it's their first time streaming, and then they get very frustrated and then stop streaming because their idea, their expectations for growth were not in lockstep with reality. You know what I mean? And we need a lot of people who are just kind of like, I just like streaming, so I'm motivated to just stream because I just like, you know. And also here's a whole bunch of viewers that like to just watch, you know. Need people to start talking more in other places to get the word out. You just watch streams. Yeah, no, exactly. No, you know myself with me. Yeah. But that's what I mean. It's like you need both. You can't just have a whole bunch of streamers come over without a whole bunch of people who don't have any interest in streaming. Right? Which is a weird thing to say. Like you need people who love streaming and you need people who hate streaming. And you need them both to come. That's the hard part. That's the difficult part. And it's also for all the outrage that Twitch garners, it's very much like a tide. You know, Twitch will do something boneheaded and it'll garner all this rage and all this anger, and it'll come washing on the shore, and then it'll go back out and it'll be like it never happened, right? So it's like, so when it's like you keep telling people like, you know, here's this other place you want to go to, here's another place you should try, and it works for a little bit, but then once that tide goes back out, it's like, oh yeah, Twitch is great, Twitch is awesome, Twitch is where I want to be, you know. Like, how do you get people to remember that, you know, just a few weeks ago they were outraged. Tell streamers to multi-stream and talk about, exactly. Well, and that's the thing too. So many people don't realize you can multi-stream, or they have the wrong ideas about multi-streaming. They're like, oh, why would I stream to 2 different places? Like, why would I divide my audience like that? It's like, you're not dividing your audience. People who are going to watch you on Twitch are going to watch you on Twitch. People who are going to watch you on YouTube will watch you on YouTube. People who are going to watch you on Glimesh will watch you on Glimesh. You're not dividing your audience. Now, you might be thinking like, well, you know, but my, you know, the chats are going to be divided. Like, well, you know, Restream Bot does allow you to have your chats relay between one another if you really want to do that. I ended up turning that off because I ended up just getting a whole bunch of spam on Twitch that then got generated over onto YouTube and all that stuff. You know, like the spam bots coming in and trying to get you to download viruses and crap. And the same thing over on the YouTube side, you know. So I ended up having to turn it off just because of that. But and you can't like moderate it easily. But I mean, is it really that much of a deal breaker? I ask, you know, because people are just going to watch you wherever it's convenient for them, wherever they get the best experience, whether they're talking to somebody else or not. You know, if nothing else, they can talk to you, and you can as you're talking to other chatters, they can pretty much pick up on what's being said, or you can put the chat on your screen. You know? I feel like people come up with these excuses that are ultimately lame, but they don't realize that they're lame excuses because they haven't done a moment's worth of due diligence. You know, like do a Google search and find out that these things exist. You know, they don't know that multi-streaming exists, and then when they find out it exists, their gut reaction is, oh, but I'll be dividing my attention. I'll be dividing my viewers. That's really how that works in real life. Take it from somebody who's been streaming on. I mean, this is the least number of platforms I've been streaming on. Like right now, I'm only streaming on Glimish, YouTube, and Twitch simultaneously. But I've been on Trovo. I've been on Caffeine TV. I've been on what was Hitbox back in the day, and what else what was the other one? Oh, DLive. I was on there. I mean, it was so many things. Like this is I've reduced it down to like almost nothing. This is the least number I've been streaming into. Trovo, yeah. Yeah. The Hitbox became what, Smashcast? And then Smashcast just disappeared into the night one day. Oh, and then I was doing Mixer as well. I streamed on Mixer for a while. And then I stopped there when they died out. Yeah, just so many things. I never did stream on Facebook. I never really liked Facebook. For one thing, I couldn't figure out the correct setting. Like, you had to use your real name, but you could use a stage name, but you had to set it up, like you had to set up a page the right way. And all the settings were just weird. I couldn't figure out, like, what am I showing? What am I not showing? And all that stuff. It was just, Facebook was just a weird, ugly beast when it came to like the back end for like streaming and stuff. Can't give yourself a nickname as a viewer. Yeah, exactly. It's just like their real name policy was just kind of awkward and weird. It didn't have the effect that they thought it would have. Like, I think they put the real name policy in place because they thought it would make people treat others better on the platform, and it didn't. It really didn't. They just carried on the way they were. Also, I think it had probably some kind of marketing impact too, probably. You know, they wanted the marketers to say, "Oh yeah, no, this is a real person. See, they have a real address and they have a real, you know, telephone number and all this stuff." But yeah, weird. Oh, do I not have this as like this? The big giant circles is always good. That is a liked track there. There we go. Too easy for stalkers to get to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the doxing was unreal too. Yeah, all that kind of was like, yeah, no thanks, when they said they were doing that. The real pain point, thinking of that now, Mixer had the right idea where you could, like, when Microsoft bought them, you could stream directly from the Xbox console, which I think was a really good idea. It also led to like there being more streamers than viewers too, I think. But I thought that was a really good idea. It was good enough that it's the one thing when people say, like, you know, when I post something on Twitter and I'm like, what features do you guys like? One of the things I get back a lot is, I want to stream from the console. I'm like, I get it. I really do, and I really wish I could help you with that, but oof, consoles are so locked. Like there is no, like you can stream to Twitch from Xbox and I think from the PS4 and 5. But they have special permission to do it. Like at least on Xbox. Like Microsoft, there's APIs that you have to that you can call to like be able to capture the screen and stuff. But you have to have special permission for those APIs to work. You gotta get like blessed by Microsoft to be able to stream directly from their console. And I think Lightstream has an application on Xbox, and even that I don't think streams from the Xbox. I think it does something else. But yeah, oof. I wish I could do that. Like I wish I could give people that streaming app that they want, but I don't know who I'd have to contact at Microsoft to be like, hey, can I get permission to do this? Because I have a feeling they're pretty protective of that, or even possibly have some kind of deal with Twitch where, you know, they're exclusive with. It wouldn't surprise me if that were the case. No, I hear you. Like first name is fine, but you know, last name is what really matters. Except if you're me, then you get a lot of hits that aren't me. I apparently have a very common-ish last name, which you wouldn't think it was common. Like it's not Smith or anything like that. And yet, whenever I search for myself on Google, don't find myself. I find everybody else. I find a hockey player. I find lawyers. I find all kinds of things. That's probably good, you know. So I need to know where to call this channel editor. So what I need to do, the streams, edit channel title and tag. I have to change this to do the check. I want to stay, or do I want to do the check here? Yeah, I might as well do it. Might as well. That way it's protected somewhat. Yeah. So if I say, this editor, and it's stream moderation. So where is stream moderation? Here. Stream moderation. Here. Moderation dot is channel user channel. I got Java on the brain. I'm putting semicolons at the end of things. Okay, so then this would be channel and is at that'll be the result. That way no one can manipulate this. It'll do its own check based on the user and channel you give it and not take anything in from that. I think is good. And I need something similar on the, there's a channel here. No. change that. Edit channel title and tags. So streams EX is called from channel title here. Well, it will be. Yeah, streams update channel. Okay. So I want to do update channel. I want to do hit channel title and tag. There we go. That's good because then I don't have, actually I don't even need to do it in here. I can just pass that on. Current user, channel that they're on, and state of channel. Okay, that's good. When it pops up, it says lurker alert. Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, I was thinking one of the requests we've had is for a viewer list, and I was thinking the one good thing about having a viewer list is we could, right now when you do moderation and stuff, you have to click on the actual chat bubble and stuff, and that's, you know, constantly moving up and down the screen, and it's a big mess. If we have a viewer list, you could do the moderation stuff from in there. So you just say, oh, this person just, you know, like some of it. I mean, deleting chat messages you'll have to do from the chat message itself, but the other things like timing somebody out, banning somebody, that kind of thing, could be done from the menu. And I was thinking, like, you know, one of the things that people are worried about with that menu is that it would show lurker, and which would then potentially give some streamers the ability to like call lurkers out, which is the worst thing you can do. So what I was thinking was it could still serve as a moderating thing, but it would only show people who have chatted at all in your chat, and only those who have chatted in the last, say, 30 minutes, right? You'd still be able to go through and like delete messages, but you know, if they haven't said anything in like 30 minutes or whatnot, you know. Now it could get a little bit weird if you know, because you would essentially not be able to moderate them per se. But I think at least for, I think it would still probably work, and maybe it's more like an hour instead of 30 minutes or something. But that way, the streamer can see people who have actually chatted in the channel in the last hour. The moderators can see people who have actually chatted in the channel in the last hour, and not see any of the lurkers. And so lurkers would still be protected. Or we provide, or I should say, we provide a way for chatters to go lurk on their own, like have a global lurk command where they can just toggle it on and off, like, hey, I'm in lurk mode now, I'm out of lurk mode now, because I know a lot of bots have that ability. That might be something worth investigating for the site too. A global option would be good. Yeah. I mean, that's the other elephant in the room, is that at some point we're going to need chat commands. Like a way for Discord. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, at some point we're going to need chat commands. But that's like, in my mind, that's a bigger thing, because part of that would be command complete and username autocomplete. So as you type a username, it would auto-complete it based on the users in the channel, that kind of thing. Or, well, based on the users who are... Right out loud. Really? A second here. Have a spam bot to kill in YouTube. It's been a while since I've had a spam bot on YouTube, so like, why did I not see it? Here it is. Report them for spam. Yeah, unwanted commercial content or spam. There you go. Here's your report. Boom. That's enough. So we're good there. And that is why I turned off the restream relaying bot. No, that's the first one I've had in a while. I did go through. I had a lot of bots earlier on, and I went through and just started banning certain words, and eventually I got to the point where they couldn't do anything. But apparently, I did not ban my private photo here free. But I hate them. I really do. But I reported that one, so we'll see what happens. What do we got here? So, channel title tags. What am I talking about? Oh, it was I forget now. The bot destroyed my train of thought. Anyway. Oh man. So this takes the current channel. Oh, and then the the channel that changed it. That's fine. All this pretty much stays the same. Change channel. Wait, what does streams change channel? Channel changed that. I don't really want, because I think that takes the full change step, right? Yeah, I don't want that. Where's the one that I just did? Yeah, I want edit title and tags change that. Let's see how that works. So change channel. Let's just do edit title and tag. So we know it's a change that channel channel attribute optional and then I want the channel dot edit tags change set channel. Then we'll change this to middle and tags there. Title category. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Fine, change set. Yes, that's change that. If there's an error, that sends it, change that back. See it. We'll see when we try to edit. See how if I've missed something in the change set, I'll add it in. That's the save. So then with the edit button, all right, we just have to do, yeah, so I have to do that one call. I have that still in my, right. Nope, where was that at? Streams? No. Stream. Channel moderator. Help. Put that. Channel. Oh, it's in edit channel. Look. Yeah. I need that over on channel title here. So I know whether or not to actually show the edit button. Well, I know whether or not they're editor, and then can pass it to bodyguard to see whether or not they can show it. That we need to bring in stream moderation. Then down here we want this there, and then we pass in the user, the channel. User is the current user, this is the current channel that we're on, and then is editor flag. There we go. Okay. All right, let's see what I've messed up. What am I looking? I want to go to the channel. All right, so I'm the owner of this channel. I can see the edit button. Click on that, and I'll just hit save without changing. I'll keep that for. Oh, it might actually, it might have worked because I didn't change anything. Let me try. Okay, so that worked correctly. Put some more tags in there. Save. Okay, seems to be fine. So now, if I come over to my other browser, where I'm logged in as memtest88, I don't see the thing here right now because I haven't refreshed yet, but if I refresh the page... Oh, I didn't make him editor. So that's correct. So he's a moderator, but he's not an editor. I can't see that. Now, I go into the database, and I'll get the settings pages in a minute, but let's at least do it directly in the database to make sure I'm on the right track here. Quick call from channel moderators, so we'll do an edit on this. And user ID 3 is probably the one, so I'll make them and save that database directly. And good. Look in the wrong browser. That's the owner. Now over here. All right. Now we'll refresh. And the edit button's there. Okay. Hit edit. And we'll add another tag, and I'll change this to 0. Save. Oh. All right. So now we have a moderator who can edit the title and tags and category. Make sure the category could be, because they didn't really change anything with that. The test game 2, save. Boom. Okay. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Alright, so the mechanics of it seem to be working. Now let's get the settings page set up properly. Settings. Go to moderators. There we go. Oh, there's actually two things I need. So I got it. I need to log with that they've done something. So where does the moderator? Okay, let me get this page set up. Where is it? Channel mod. So channel moderator EX? No, it's gotta be channel moderation log. No, these are the whatchamajigger. These are the database data. I need actual settings page. So, oops, moderator, screen moderation channel moderator EX, channel moderation log EX. I'm gonna guess that these are what I'm. No. Yes. Channel moderator view. Channel moderator controller. There we go. Okay, because this brings in the user sidebar, which is this thing. This must be the one. Channel for user, channel bands, sidebar, banned user, unbanned user, new, change channel moderator, add moderator, goes to new HTML. Okay. So where is new? controller. Where's you? Oh. Oh, it's under template. Flemish Web Templates Channel Moderator. Okay. Rendering for me. Okay. System control, blah, 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 blah. Delete message. Okay. So we'll add paste here. And we'll say is editor. Is editor. And edit. Stream title and might be a bit wordy, but let's see. Save that. Okay, editor, and then show HTML is what? Oh, it's showing the current things this person has. Render sense, blah blah blah. Avatar. Okay, this just renders form HTML. That's good, so I have to change it in the one spot. Index? Yeah, here we go. Here's the table. So that equals get text. Edit. Finish. Edit screen, maybe? I don't know. I have a feeling that's going to cause confusion, but I'm not sure what else to call it. Oh, that's where the yes or no is coming. Really? That's where the yes or no is coming from? Sure. Okay. We'll just copy paste that. Channel moderator is okay. Save. So theoretically, that will just work without me changing anything because I think it's just bringing the change set in. Channel moderators. Let's see. Oh, there we go. It's already refreshed. Can edit stream. No and yes. Okay. So can edit stream title and tags. Actually, that's not bad. So turn that off. Hit save. Updated successfully. Let's see if that's true in the database. Yeah, it's back to false. Okay. Act moderator list that says no now. Just show. Add stream title and tag. Save. Act moderator list says yes here. In the database. Now back through. Okay, good. All right, that was simpler than I gave it credit for. Okay, fine. Now we just need to add to the log. I need to figure out how things get into the channel moderation log. So moderation. So there was a channel, right, where it's like ban user or something. Maybe put tag. Not start create. No, it wasn't in here. Green? Start screen, end stream, stop active. Is live. So channel moderation log. That's that. Moderation is this. Channel moderation log. I mean, this just lists the log. Which I shouldn't have to change because it's going to be in the same format. You know how to write. So, who is calling this? The chat? That message. That log. In green EX here. I feel like it would be in here because we would call it when moderators click on a button. Edit tags, posting data. No, I guess not. Where does the chat? If I look at the chat window here, it's been forever and a day since I looked at it. Special buttons, support button, debug information, chat live index. Here we go. So, presence, get subscribe topic, permissions, get moderator permission, list chat mess. Oh, chat, short timeout user. I get it. Okay. There's a chat controller here. Great chat message, short timeout user. Checks if you have permission to do that. Man user until. Oh, and here's where it writes to the channel moderation log. That writes short timeout as the act. I wonder if there's... I don't think there's any actions being parsed. Wait, where's the channel moderation log at? Here. Yeah, it's just a plain old string. So let me look for short timeout. Wait, short timeout. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're parsing that. So if I just, so here's what I'll do. Let me put in, so select all from channel moderation off. What do we do? What do we put in there when I delete? Actually, you know what? I can just do it, right? So, we want to log out of there, but what I can do is I can log out of here. Sign in as different user. E9 will work. And then if I go to test the stick, and yeah, cut and close, whatever. And I just say this is right, and then come over here and I delete that. So now I look in the database here at the channel moderation log. There we go. The action was delete message. Okay. Now if I look in, so if I log out as this person, I log back in as my main test channel. Yep, the stick. Okay, so then the setting moderate. Oh, so we just show the action straight up without translating it to, okay. It is really bare bones, isn't it? I'm a little bit, underwhelmed. I thought there was more to it. I thought they were doing more than we actually are. I mean, it's nice that it's being logged, but it's like, this is about as bare bones as you can get. That's fine. I mean, it looks to me like they were planning on making these, like, have some kind of translation to English. The one thing that does kind of bother me, though, is it doesn't tell you what message they deleted. Right? It doesn't have like a... because the message is still there. It's just not active. Right, like if I go to, where is it? I go to that message and I look at the updated at, yeah, see, this is a test, it's still there, it's just is visible as false, right? So I would think there would be a link to this ID 120, right, in the channel moderation log, so that I, as the owner of the channel, could say, oh, one of my mods deleted a message. What message did they delete? And then I could then link to that and see, oh, here's the message they deleted. You know? Oh, they timed somebody out. Who did they time out? You know what I mean? Because they don't have any of that in here. It's very, very, very basic. It's a little bit unfortunate. Because I mean, I would love to add that stuff in. But that's a little bit bigger than what I was planning on doing. So I guess we'll keep it the way it is. And then I'll list that as something to come back to do, to expand the moderation log so we can, because really there should be a couple things. There should be like what actually took place, you know, obviously the action, but also there should be like what was that action performed on. And then really, if we want to really get into it, the moderator should be able to put comments on it that the streamer then can see, and the other moderators. I don't think we let other moderators look at the moderator logs, but something that the streamer can see, be like, hey, I banned this person because this is a known pattern they've been doing. Like, because the message that they banned them for might be pretty innocuous, or it might be the first time you've seen it, but then they might say like, no, this is a pattern. I've seen them doing this on a bunch of things, blah, blah, blah. This is why I did. I think Twitch has something similar, but that is something we should probably expand. But anyway, I don't need to do that right now. I can just use what's here. And it looks like to me, they're just calling change set on channel moderation log and updating it. Where was that? Where can I see that? Moderation. I mean, I should put it in here, but where was I looking that I saw that being called? Oh, chat, yeah, here. Yeah, they're just spinning up an object and saying repo insert. Okay, fair enough. Moderation log. Huh, okay. The thing is, it doesn't have to go into the moderation log unless it came from an editor. Well, that's fine. I can check that in the in here, right? Yeah, because I have the is editor. So I can say if is editor. Put the channel moderation log here. And I'm going to bring that in. Streams, and then, oh yeah, it is streams and channel moderation. There. Moderator would be wait, why is the user to time out? Doesn't compute with me? Oh, okay. So the user ID is the user that they perform the action against. Okay, that's fair enough. So they do have some kind of link there, but not all the links that they need. Here's the question: can user ID be no? Private key. No, it's not allowed to be null. Okay. I guess I'll make that nullable then. You get all the time when you tell people about Glimish, how are they going to make any money to keep it running without any ads? At some point, so economically speaking, probably at some point we'll need to consider something similar to ads. Just because you get enough people on the platform, the costs are going to skyrocket, and someone has to look at those books and see what that works out to be. Now, the question was, the question is really, A, is that inevitable? And B, when does that happen? And that I don't know. I suspect it wouldn't have to happen for a while. Or at all. I think the way Glimish does things right now, where they, I think that the caveat there is that we're probably never going to be able to do better than a 60-40 split. Because Glimish has to make some kind of money off that split in order to pay for the servers and stuff. And right now, I think they're taking like 94 cents or something that's used for just running Glimish. The rest is like fees and other. So, 64 is still better than, yeah, no, it's true, but I don't think they'll ever be able to go 70-30, which I think is what the gold standard that people want. I don't know if that will be possible. Just given how little they take now, and also given that, assuming that we stick with, Blemish is responsible for the fee, right? Which I think is a good thing to stick with. I think it makes the math a lot easier for the streamers, because they can say, like, I'm always going to get $3, you know. I don't have to worry about fees and all that. I think though, I don't know what the numbers look like when we get a whole lot more bandwidth going through it. I think right now, I think for the foreseeable future, it's sustainable without ads. My hope is that we stick, and this is kind of why I was thinking about, like, it would be great if we were a public benefit company, because then you would know, because there wouldn't be a there wouldn't be a possibility of going full profit. You know what I mean? Like, you would have to be, we're only doing this because we need to cover our costs, kind of thing. You know, so ads could still happen, but they would only be literally just to cover costs, not to try to make a profit. And I think that's the important thing along the way. But yeah, I think for right now, there's no need to go down that path. I think from a business perspective, there's no need to go down that path, assuming that, you know, people subscribe to the site. Because that's really the only thing that keeps the site going, is the subscription trend. Whether it's subscribing to individual streamers or subscribing, like doing the site subscription with the I think the $25 site subscription per month, or the $10 one, which go directly to the site fully. You know, I think as long as people understand that that's kind of the trade-off, like, you know, we need people to subscribe, whether it's to individual channels or just to the site, in order to keep the site going. I think everything's fine at that point. I think that's kind of the hard sell, though, because a lot of people are just, they can't make the, you know, the $5 that they need per month, or they can't justify it, or they just don't want to go down that path, and that's fine. You know, we try to keep it as open and free as for as many people as you can, but at the same time, bills gotta get paid. You know what I mean? But so many will subscribe, they want something as other places hide stuff. Yeah. And I mean, the other thing that's going on too is, like, art, like donations and stuff. Like, Blemish only takes fees out of donations. That's it. They don't take any cut of donations. So, other than, you know, obviously the processing fees, but all that goes directly to streamers. And if we get a lot of streamers who push donations rather than subscriptions, you know, that can have an effect on the platform. Yeah, Blemish sells t-shirts and stuff, but most of those are at a loss unless you get a lot of people buying a lot of t-shirts, you know. Yeah, no, they don't take any, they just take the fees out right now for donations. They don't take anything else out of them, which I think is a noble thing. And I kind of feel like, to me, that seems like a decent thing to keep vanilla, and just be like, look, you want to donate to a streamer and you want to cut Glimish out of it, then by all means. The negative effect of that is, obviously that pushes us closer to needing ad revenue and all that stuff. The problem with ad revenue is that it puts you into this unenviable position of needing to not only keep your users happy, but keep the advertisers happy. And advertisers are very difficult to keep happy, right? That's why you have so much of this sort of heavy-handed moderation that goes on a lot of sites. It's not because the site necessarily wants to invest in all that moderation. It's because the advertisers are insisting that they invest in that kind of moderation, or else they're pulling out, so it brings with it some of that. There might be things that maybe we're a little bit looser about that we wouldn't be able to be loose about, to the detriment of some of the user base. There's always going to be people who want it to be free as in beer, but it's that's not necessarily doable. In fact, it's not really doable at all when you want to keep the peace, on a site. There's got to be some kind of moderation that happens. It can't be anything goes, because the problem with anything goes is that there's always someone who wants to ruin it for everybody, right? And that's how that happens. But in the end, Glimish needs to still make something to keep the power. Yes, and that's the difficulty, right? Is how do you do that without making a poor experience for the user, for the viewer, and for the streamer. And there's different things that you touched on, like banner ads. Some of that works. You can't really. The problem with the different ads, the more intrusive the ad is, the more money you can charge. And that's why Twitch went for the most intrusive ads it could find, because it's trying to milk that teat for as much as it can get. And those, the more intrusive the ad is, the more you can't block the ad, the more you can't ignore the ad, the more money they can charge. And so there has to be a balance that you have to strike where, maybe you have an AdWords kind of thing like YouTube has, where it just kind of pops up down the bottom, the stream continues, you can still hear everything, but maybe a little banner ad at the bottom of the stream that you can close or something. Something that's a little less intrusive. Or maybe you get a banner ad on the right-hand side of the screen. Maybe it, for like a couple seconds, maybe it changes the chat to a banner ad and then changes it back. I don't know. But yeah, you gotta, there has to be some kind of balance structure. My hope is that we won't have to go down that path, that we'll just have enough people subscribing to channels or to Glimish directly to just take care of all that. Not have to be as concerned about it. One of the things I was looking at was making a Glimish app for the Amazon Fire Stick. And I eventually will get around to it. But I was looking at what Amazon charges for in-app purchases. And they do either 80-20 or 70-30. And it's kind of wishy-washy as to which one of those they will select, but being as though it's Amazon, it would probably be 70-30. So if we were to do an app for the Fire Stick, you're forced through the terms of services to use Amazon's. If you're doing in-app purchases, you have to use their in-app purchases APIs that they can charge you money. They can take a cut of it. So if we were to do that and allow for subscriptions to happen through that, that would be 70%. Amazon would take 30% right off the top before any fee, for any process, and then they would hit you with process. So that in and of itself presents a weird problem, because technically we could still give the streamer like $3 because of 60%, there would still be some money there, but there wouldn't be a whole lot of money left for Glimesh to cover their costs. So it's like you get into this position where you're like, well, do you, instead of offering a 1-month subscription to channels on that, do you offer like a multi-month subscription? And then that way you're getting hit with fees once, and then from there you can take a little bit more of the cut that we actually would get and put that towards the infrastructure and stuff. Then you're only getting it once every 3 months, not once every month, and all that. So no, this is not like bits or anything like that. This is literally like if we were to do an app for the Amazon streaming stick, the Fire Stick, the thing that you can plug into your TV. If we were to let you subscribe to channels through that, you'd have to use stream is jumping and lagging. Sorry about that. Yeah, if we let you like subscribe through that, you would have to, like, Amazon takes a cut of that. They force you to take a cut. They force a cut for themselves. And that's just like regular subscriptions. Like, hey, I'm going to subscribe to the streamer or whatever. So, that's like another problem, is like you would want to be able to provide that kind of thing. Like you want to be able to provide that on multiple platforms, even mobile. Like we don't let you subscribe on mobile right now because Google would take a cut of, or Apple would take a cut of, because everybody wants their cut of in-app purchases, what they call in-app purchases. So all of that stuff limits what you can do. Like you're limited now to just only collecting that stuff on the website, even though most of your viewers are probably using the mobile. Yeah, even though most of your viewers are using a mobile app or whatever. And so even that kind of reduces it even more, where it's like even harder to get people to subscribe because they have to open up their PC to go do it. Or you enable it in the app, but then, you're not getting 100% of that anymore. You're only getting a piece of it. So it's hard. It's this is why so many sites turn to advertising revenue, because they can control the money coming in better. There's more likely, it's like first party, right? They can say they get all, the site gets all the money from it. They don't have to cut it with somebody else, with another middleman. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's arguable as to what, obviously like Google or something, or Apple, they're providing the server that you download the app from, but they're not providing the servers that you're actually using the bandwidth for. And yet they still want to cut with everything going on there, even though, they're not providing any service beyond the fact that you were able to download the application from it. So it's a little bit of a mob mentality. Excuse me. It's like a mafia shakedown at times, But it's their playground and it's their rules, unfortunately. Sponsors for items and stuff would be a way to get around the ads and help both out. Yeah, I can see something like, maybe we, as a site, we talk to maybe game devs or something, and maybe there's a new release coming out for, like, say, we'll just pick, like, God of War, for instance, a new God of War that's coming out. Like, it would be sweet if we could skin the site as God of War skin, and charge the devs for that advertising of God of War for, we're gonna have the whole site be skinned this way for, a week or whatever, the week of your launch, and then you charge them like a flat fee or something for it, and you get some money that way. But it's so hard to. Number one, there's a lot of effort that goes into it on your side to make the site look that way that you're not going to really recoup. And two, does it, can you charge as much money for that as you could for a full screen video ad? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's hard. I barely scratched the surface of advertising when I was working at an analytics company. Years ago. I only sort of touched the surface of it, of what different ads do and how much they cost and all that stuff. So I couldn't tell you, like, what is the going rate for something like that nowadays. Like a full site skin and things like that. And it requires a marketer who's just doing nothing but marketing for Blemish, going out and finding these deals, finding these developers willing to put up a little bit of money to put ads, put a full screen ad or whatever on the site, that kind of thing. Which in and of itself can probably cost money, because trying to get a volunteer to do that might be pretty tough, Not that much, but hook them up with a set of streamers that go crazy. I mean, that's another idea. Another idea is that we could offer like a middleman service sort of for streamers. Be like, hey, you need a sponsor? We'll find you. Here's a list of sponsors that'll work with us and work with you. We can hook you up with a sponsor. You're looking for artwork? Maybe we could hook you up with artists. Those kinds of things. I mean, that's a good, that would be a good service that would be very useful to, I think, a lot of streamers on the platform. Again, it's another difficult one to sort of get off the ground. There's a lot of logistics involved with that. But it would be nice to have something like that too. Like a broker. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You get one and then you find a streamer to do it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and Twitch kind of does that a little bit with their drops and with the that other thing they were doing. They have drops and they have if campaigns. I forget what they called it. It was like a campaign thing where you could, if you were a partner of a certain size, you could sign up for a campaign that would include you like advertising the game or something. I forget what they called it. They had some kind of name for it. I forget what it was called. If you streamed a game, like if you were a partner of a certain size and you streamed a game for a certain number of hours, you would get like some sort of kickback on Twitch. I forget what they called it. But yeah, they had something sort of like that. So yeah, there's ideas there. there's logistics there that could be done. I don't know what it would entail from a technology perspective, but it would be really crying out loud. I have apparently found the category that all the bots are sitting in. Go fix this bot once and for all. Remove. Port. Bam. Okay. YouTube is... Spam bots are out in force tonight on YouTube. It's sponsored setups that they had to do so many hours and so many minutes talking on it per week. Streamer friend got one of those deals with farms. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. It was like you had to like stream it for a certain amount, you had to talk about it. I remember like one of the streamers that I followed had one for like not. It was kind of it was like a asymmetric multiplayer game that I forget the name of it now. It was kind of like a Dead by Daylight, but not as good. It was really crappy. And the whole time he was playing, he was like, "This is the worst thing ever. Don't buy this thing." Blew up his setup, gave him stuff to give away, and made his channel. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, it's certainly a very good service to provide because there's plenty of like smaller streamers who are just niche. You know, they like maybe they just play like RPGs or they just play real-time strategy games or something. And if you could hook them up with like, you know, a dev that had a real-time strategy game or something like that, like freaking that marketing just kind of writes itself, right? Because they're going to be your loudest champion at that point. Yeah. Play space games. Yeah, I play space games too. I like space games. I have to get back into Star Citizen. It's been a while, but I like me some sci-fi space games too. I like RPGs as well. A lot of the long form stuff. But you know, yeah, I mean stuff like that. Play every weekend. You play Star Citizen every weekend? Yeah, I used to do it every Sunday until I switched over to just doing coding on Sunday. At some point, I might switch back to just having games on Sunday, but we'll see. We'll see. I find that people seem to like the coding streams more than the game streams, which I kind of get. Used to play Elite a ton too. Yeah, Elite hasn't changed that much at all. Like I was someone in one of the Discord servers that I'm on. They play a lot of space games, and they like Elite like hasn't substantially changed in like 5 or 6 years, right? Like, yeah, Odyssey changed it some, but really, like, when you boil it down, all they really did was they gave you space legs, right? They haven't really given you new ships in a long time. I mean, you got like the cruiser, the capital ships that they brought in, which were kind of lackluster. You know what I mean? Like, they kind of drip feed you stuff. Whereas, yeah, Star Citizen's been very broken for a very long time, but it's like every time they do a release, it's like getting a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better. There's like a I mean, it's still very much a you can have a play session where you get absolutely nothing accomplished because you just ran into bugs constantly, or you have a play session that goes fantastically well, and it's like still kind of a toss up, but it's just like you can still see the wheels are moving, like they have a goal and they have ideas and things are happening. You know what I mean? Too short-lived. Yeah, I know. I've been keeping tabs on it. Yeah, they're going to do the pyro system in 4.0, which is going to be really interesting. And there were some, you know, I think the one thing that's holding them back right now is they're putting a lot of effort into Squadron 42, which, to be fair, is the only thing that I really wanted out of it. Star Citizen itself was fine, and I'm okay with it, but Squadron 42 was really the thing that I originally pledged for. They're putting a lot of effort into Squadron 42, and then they're saying like, oh, and by the way, when we're done with that, we're just going to dump all that into the persistent universe. And I just keep thinking to myself, like, feels like that's not going to be as one-to-one as they're saying, or as simple as they're saying, because they've made a lot of changes, presumably to the balance of ships and to the way weapons work and shields work and all that stuff. And you get the feeling like just kind of dumping that into the persistent universe is not going to be quite so straightforward. You know what I mean? New inventory at 318. Yeah, I haven't played since 317, so I need to get on for 318 or 316. One of those. I played when they first introduced the inventory system. Was the last time I touched it. 317 is on right now. Right. Yeah, so I think it was like 316. Was the last time I played, and then there was a new release I haven't gone on yet, where they've completely like they fixed the inventory quite a bit. Good. And I think isn't there like a new Moby Glass now? Is that in 318 or is that in 317? Oh, I definitely do want to get back into it. At least for a little bit. You know, like the problem with MMOs and me is that I play them for a little bit and then I put them aside, and I play them for a little bit and I put them aside. I'm not like a consistent MMO player. That's the same with like Star Trek Online is the same way for me, and I was gonna say Neverwinter Online, but not Neverwinter. Elder Scrolls Online is another one. Yeah. Like I'll play them for like a couple weeks, and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put this aside and then do something else. And I'll come back to it. You know what I mean? By the time I come back to it, I forget what I was doing, and I'm even further behind than I was before. Then you're done for. Yeah, exactly. I feel that. I feel the same way about it at times. Right, so what are they doing here? Okay, so I think I am going to so I think I'm going to change it so that user is no longer so that user allows null. I think. So I want to do. I gotta alter. Where's my what's Medusa here? I gotta alter the column. So what we'll do is, so I gotta revert this. So next ecto roll back one. Oh, didn't let me do it because it's got a compilation error. Seems EX114. The moderator is user. User is save that. Alright, that's happy for the moment. Again. Been on SC kick for right now. The farming is calling me. Yeah. Yeah, get back to the farming simulator and stuff. Yeah. Also works on Linux. You only want to use Linux. Yeah, I mean Linux is becoming more and more viable, especially since the Steam Deck. I have the Steam Deck in the other room, and things just work really well on it. The only problem I've had with it is battery life is not very good, but beyond that, like everything just I've installed on it, it's played pretty well. You know, it's good. Like the Linux stuff is really coming along a lot better than it ever has, honestly, which is really great. Yeah. Okay, so I did that, but then if I want to alter this table, duration after change. What's the after table? Add the column when creating or altering a table. Add if not exist. Modify? There we go. Modify is the type of column when altering a table. Command is not reversible unless the from option is provided. Okay. The from option is set. The adapter will try to drop the corresponding foreign key constraints before modifying the type. Generally speaking, you want to pass this type from option. Okay. So if I want to modify, okay, here we go. Options null determines what other column accepts null values, and the option is not set. Nullable behavior of the underlying column is not modified. Modify. Okay, we can kind of do it this way. Modify it from okay. Alright, so what's that table? Want to alter table panel moderation log. Is that what it is? Font moderation log. Modify. User ID. Is the here? Do I do call it that? What do I call it here? Alright, I guess it's just gonna be here. Hey, how do they do this over here? Okay, I see. No. True. From. Okay. There. They do this thing from frame. No. From. Integer. No. Oh. I don't know if integer is something that knows. I guess there's one way to find out. So migrate. What does that look like now? Moderation log. Ooh, it actually changed it to integer. Undo that. Actually, too big. That'll work or not. Operation log and yeah, that's all right. So it's back to big. What I wanted to be. Now it's nullable. Okay. Good. So that's nullable, which means over here, wherever I was, there we go. So if is editor, channel moderator, and then user is nil. Change set to action would be edit title. Channel edit title and text. I'll just make it text. And I could insert it there. We'll save that. And if it's not an editor, then we don't have to do any change set. So, over here. Back up again. We have to change this moderator to get them edit freedom again, because I ran those migrations. User moderation log Mantis. Oh, so this is showing all the user moderation logs, even not from this person. Oh no, they did do a moderation there. Okay. One other thing I've had somebody ask, can they play the stream games here? Oh no, it's locked at Twitch. If I can find a way to connect chat. Oh, you mean like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like the stream, what was that one that was very popular? I know what you're talking about though. Where it like connects the Stream Raiders. Yeah, that one. Yeah, unfortunately it just, and marbles and stuff, yeah. Yeah, it's just a matter of convincing, some of that is convincing the devs of those games to port them over, but also, we kind of have to wait, I think. I don't know, it depends. Depends on how they work. If they work just straight off of chat, then it's just a matter of getting those devs to like connect to our chat and be able to do stuff there from chat commands. But if there's like an interactive component where you can, like there's a plugin or something like that, we wouldn't be able to do that just yet, but hopefully soon. Most work through chat. Yeah, I mean, if it's just they work through chat, then it's just a matter of convincing the devs of those games to like support Bloomish as a chat option. Just like any of the other chat bots, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's less of a technical thing and more of a, unless there's an API, unless there's something missing in the API that they need. But yeah, it's less of a technical thing, I think, and more of a just a boots on the ground, get them interested, get the devs interested, like have them, like if they ask for suggestions and stuff, like say, hey, maybe you could look into integrating with Glimish, and then that would start the conversation, Yeah. Edit stream there. Okay, so that's 88. So go to channel. Come over. I mean, there's 88. Let's change this to that. I'll add a tag. Save. 4 over here, it's changed automatically. I go to settings, moderators. I don't see it in the channel moderation lock. So did it actually write it? No. You're right, anything. So why is it? Oh, I bet, is it required in the change set here? Ah. The user's not required. No? There we go. That's why that was working. So we'll try that again. Come over here, we'll edit this. save. Here, I'll refresh the page. Oh no. Is it because it belongs to the user? You know what? I don't see any errors in here. Update channels, set title, say that, blah blah blah. It didn't. Didn't do the insert. Why is that? Title, tag, repo, insert. Moderator. Hello, moderator. Thank you. Coming into here, we do make sure it's getting in here. This block. Well, that time it inserted. Didn't do my put F stuff. And here's the insert in the channel moderation log. Hit title and tag. Weird. That should show up now on here, right? Oh, it's doesn't like the nil in. And the moderator index, 115. I see. So if change out your two monitors before you try to stream or wait. I don't know. Depends on how much time you have before you start streaming. Yeah, new TV tonight. It's 75 inch. Wow. There you go. Nice. I imagine it would be 4K, right? 4K TV. If go. That. Click. Okay. That went through. Surprised it didn't print my. So put as, but whatever. Went through and that's fine by me. Let's see if. Try it one more time here. That, and then come over here and there we go. Okay, so it wasn't a fluke. Actually happened. Person who did it. Okay. Alright. I mean, that seems to be working fairly well. Gotta do some tests. And then this one would be ready to go. Yeah, I'll just have to modify, have to alter some tests, I guess, add a couple. I'm gonna do that tonight though, because it's almost 1 a.m. for me. And I need some sleep. But otherwise, this is pretty much almost done. I just have to do a few tests, and I could probably do those off camera. Write a few tests and do a write-up on this, and then put a pull request in. So I have editors now. Only 1 a.m. You work only nights. He says, "Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. No, I work all day." So what we're gonna do here is go work 12-hour nights. Oof, we got the graveyard shift. Oof. 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. Wow, that's a lot. But I guess I guess after a while you sort of get into a pattern. Yeah. I don't know. I'm more of a night owl myself, so I can kind of see where that would probably benefit me, but I don't know. It's the part about it that sucks though is like you're up and like ready to get, like you're sleeping while people are out doing stuff, and then you're kind of, when you're ready to, like your breakfast is like is probably people's lunch, that kind of thing. So I can see that being like really annoying because you're kind of completely opposite other people and that stuff. Good money though. Yeah, I can imagine. I imagine it'd be decent money for the shift work and stuff. Yeah. Leave here. Let's put this out. And all right. Well, and this is all stuff I have changed, which is good. And we're on branch editor roll. Excellent. Okay. Added either moderator roll to edit stream title and added story and text. There we go. That is push. Oh yeah, this is my first time with this branch. So get push. Set up. Green. Origin. Here. Roll. Boom. Alright. And I'm gonna hide the screen for just a second here so I don't accidentally show my password. That out of there. There. Nope. Alright. So that is pushed up to my GitHub repo. Feature editor role had recent pushes less than a minute ago. Awesome mode. So yeah, all I gotta do is like write a couple tests and do the pull, make a pull request, and hopefully that'll get out there onto the site relatively soon. So awesome stuff, friends. This has been a productive and a very good first attempt at small feature stream. Small feature Friday, as I'm calling it. Between now and next Friday, I'm going to try to do, like I said, the testing that's needed for this and the pull requests and all that stuff. So next Friday, probably tackle the what should we do? Is it the one? Where's it at here? I'll probably tackle the viewer count toggle here for next Friday. So anyone wants to get any thoughts in there or whatnot into the thread, I'll be taking those all into account between now and then. But yeah, I'm going to kind of roll with this one next Friday, and we can kind of get that one maybe set up and ready to go as well. Hopefully that might only take a one night to do, hopefully. So yeah, that is where I'm at with that, friends. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out with me. Don't forget before I exit out of here. Yep. Yeah, that's it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow. Well, actually today, noon-ish. It's 1 a.m. now, so it is technically today. But I'll be back around noon-ish on Saturday to do some more coding. It'll be the bigger stream where I'm be back to doing co-stream stuff. So we'll get that continue moving forward with that. We're working on trying to get the custom CSS uploads and stuff and layout, custom layouts. So continue with that. Same deal on Sunday. Sunday afternoon, I'll be doing some more coding, although it might be a shorter session Sunday because I have to do some yard work. So it might only be like an hour or two, or I might actually do it Sunday night maybe instead of the afternoon. We'll see. I'll play it by ear. We'll see when that happens. So Sunday, one way or the other, will be maybe a short stream or whatnot. See how it goes. But that is that, my friends, for tonight. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, goodbye.
Hey, check it out!